Well, that was a while. I had some I had some things I needed to figure out. Great news. Steam and Rails updated. It's not it's not perfect at the moment. It's probably gonna need like a couple fixes before I actually start using it in full. Oh, that's new. Is that new? Anyway, I had to redo my base world because a previous Steam and Rail update kind of corrupted it. But the, I had to do a new creative test world. But um, other than that, there's not too much more other than me deciding I wanted to have. Ooh, this has a 3D model. Hmm. Interesting. So, gun mod, I figured if I'm going to be going into a dimension with a lot of new hostile, uh, with, with tout, with tout, Rosies. Oops. I figured I'd get a mod that let me have some weaponry. And I found Guns Without Roses is fairly decent at this, mostly because I didn't want like some super advanced like Gatling gun or sniper rifle. I just want the shotgun. I want nothing more than to just walk up to an enemy, deal a fuck ton of damage, and then they die. Now, it's not immediately lethal amounts of damage, but you can do stuff like having a shield with the shotgun or dual wielding the shotguns. I won't be doing that. You could also dual wield a sword and a shotgun. Something I will also not. I might be doing that, but oh, but that is I found a texture pack that gave the guns 3D models that worked, but not for the add-on. So let's go to the base mod. Where is it? There it is. So they've got like Gatling gun and sniper rifle, which I not something I'll be using. But the add-on adds netherite variants of them. And if you're noticing, they just use 2D textures. And the 2D textures kind of suck. That's why I didn't use the base mod originally, is because there weren't 3D textures. It was just a 2D little texture in the corner of your screen, and that's it. I much prefer the 3D look. So I probably won't be getting into the guns very soon, anytime soon, but they'll be there when I get to it. Might be adding a dimension that makes so the dimension would basically be nothing but Alex's caves biomes. I know the mod maker has some current issues uh, with, for instance, the mod not generating the dinosaurs, spawning the dinosaurs on the surface. So that wouldn't go well. Yeah, I'm talking. He wants to talk back to me. Yeah. So, not entire. I think I have a couple things I want to get going to do today, and it'll mostly just be finishing automate. I want to get automating the trees. So our first step is going to be making the gate accessible from the outside. And I'm really hoping I didn't accidentally make my creative copy of the world the default version of the world, because otherwise I guess we'll just be working with what we've got there. Um, okay, this is not the creative. Got it. I just forgot. Oh, I forgot I turned on the Aurora. So this is the testing I did to make it look like it's on the outside, how it is on the outside. One thing I might be doing is moving them out one more. Yes, I know you're here. You want attention. I can give you some attention, but I cannot give you constant attention. You got food, you got water. I gave you so much attention before I got out of bed. I pet you like for 20 minutes. Oh, I also added some new texture packs that weren't that, so I can go over those real quick. I edited the bedrock texture because I didn't think it was dark enough. So I edited it to be a bit darker, about 25% darker. Simple grass flowers, just add some flowers and like rocks and clovers to grass. Also works on mycelium and podsol. I think that. Oh, create clear makes it so clear pipes connect. The textures connect to each other, so it's not just like a bunch of segmented clear pipes. It's a whole segment. Other thing I've done that's similar to that. I'm going to take a look at the pipes. I did this before somebody developed a very, very fun, cool mod. Yeah, you can see the whole pipe this way instead of just the segments. But do I have any scaffolding? Yes. So somebody added a mod where you can lock, a scaffold, then it won't matter if it's clear or not, because it'll just work, making you able to do these long runs, which is cool. And it's as simple as just there. Okay, so where's my grapple? Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this as a base, and we're gonna put this on at least the side with on the gate with the trees. So on this gate over here, we'll use that up there as a base to make this gate. That way we can get trees automated. And then once we get trees automated, I'm going to let's just grab the book and the clipboard. Well, what do I have on here? Okay, so we're just gonna clear all of these because I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. So what we're simply doing also, I think this is the mods we were waiting on for clipboard. We can kind of check off Steam and Rails now. So it's just Valkyrian Skies and track work, which I don't really care if I never get. So we can just get rid of it. So let's start off and go with what we're going to do today. So I am going to remodel tree gate for conveyance. Then automate coal, charcoal, slash coal, because I'm just gonna have it split, so any charcoal we get from the wood gets split, and half of it gets automated into coal, half of it gets automated into charcoal. Charcoal didn't have as many uses as coal, but I prefer to have some of it. Then we can automate diamonds. And then after that, I think our next step is just automating netherite. And then after we automate netherite, I guess we make new goals because I got no clue. So let's get up a list of what I'm gonna need. Gonna need a couple more charred spruce logs. And spruce lattice. The tree farm also might just get adjusted a bit, honestly. I don't think I need this big of a tree farm. I could probably shrink it to just like the inner ring, if that. Uh, Especially since I'm probably not gonna keep the tree farm here. I might move the tree farm somewhere else. Oh, and if I'm deciding to do guns, I suppose creeper farm, because there's no other way to get a good amount of gunpowder, and I kind of already have a couple creeper spawn eggs. So might as well just make another one of those, but with a creeper. Probably use wormwood for that. That'd be good. These are my only passive mobs. These are the only ones that have spawned basically for hours in the game. So, I'm gonna get a... Oh, it somehow got... Let's check. Oh, I can't check. Yeah, it has gotten spruce sapling. I guess they need to be moved apart a little bit. But get out an axe and the pickaxe, because that's all I'm gonna need to make some holes. Actually, what if I just... I made a schematic earlier, and if you notice, I also made some railing and adjustments to the patterning in the wall. Um, I don't know how they're going to carry over to the bottom, so I won't do them yet. I'll just leave it at these. And probably one over. I'll have to measure the distance out, but... but I made a schematic of the gate because I didn't know if I remembered making this manually or if it was a creative part. So, oh, there's already a... Okay, so I wonder if I can just kind of like... I wonder if copying it and pasting it would work. Because it's not like I changed the dimensions of the gate or anything. Okay, so it includes some things that I don't have. But that would just mean that I don't print them. So... One thing I definitely am changing is the distance between... I'm going to make it a 4 instead of a 3. So let's... Put this in there. Let's see what I need. I'm gonna check this off because I don't want to. Oh, I should actually grab the schematic and make sure it's the right height because I don't remember if I made them the same height. It looks like I did. So I've got that going for me. What are the settings on this? Replace solid with empty. Skip missing blocks. Okay. Oh, that was... Oops. That's my bad. I guess I'm just gonna check all of these just to have an empty clipboard again. Okay. I should maybe just use a book for the stuff, but okay, now let's get an actual checklist again. So I need 10 bordered blackstone. Do I have any? Let's go over to the workshop and get some of that blackstone chipped. I use the stairs. Get some blackstone. Okay, so I only need 10, which isn't a lot. I'll need more later, but right now I don't need more than that. Ordered. Craft. Here. Go. One more chain conveyor. Charred spruce foundation. So just grab some charred spruce. I should have a bunch. Yes, yes I do. Let's grab some of that. Bring it over to the saw. Should be looking like this. If I remember right. Making the foundation block is just this. How many did I need? 8 of them. I think I made 8. I made 7. So close. Now I just need charred spruce railing, and I think that one's going to be a bit more work. I was wrong. Some dark oak wall. This one. That. Fine wood which is going to be a bit of work. Well, not a bunch of work, but find wood. And then we're skipping the firefly bushes. We don't want to get into those. Same with the flowering azalea leaf hedges. Okay, I need to make some redstone lamps, even though I know they're there, but oh well. Oh, so I just gotta make different reinforced redstone, different redstone lamps. Hi. Ooh, tinkering table. And then some pagoda lantern, orange specifically. So this will have to be a multiple step because I need to make some candles. Then I need some orange dye, which yeah, I've got plenty of orange and red. Well, red and yellow to make some orange. So I just made orange candle. I just need some andesite slabs. I do not have a lot of andesite as blocks, but I think this will do. I guess one thing I should have done is make an andesite factory for the andesite alloy separate, but eh. Okay. Should be just as easy as making however many of these I need. 8's fine. That's all my candles. So. Then I'm skipping the smooth stone and then going to the spruce lattice. Not these two, but this one. And then waxed oak logs. Ooh, I ran out of oak real quick there. Let's go grab some oak from the old tree farm a bit. What I wanted. That's probably not enough everything, so yeah, I need to make some waxed oak beam. But after I make that waxed oak beam, I'll be good. There's the beam. Do I not have that much stone at all? I have one stone in my computer. Alright. Where's the... There it is. Oh, I didn't need the log for that. Okay. That makes it be even better. I assumed I needed the log for something that looked like a log. Okay, so that should just leave the stuff we're not adding. Okay. Let's let's just say fuck it and see how it goes. Oh, it still added these. Oh, I'll just break them. Oh, this is going great, actually. Oh, it still somehow made these. How did it do that? I don't have peony. And that's that, I guess. I guess it just works. Oh, it even lit the pagoda can lanterns, so I don't have to do it. Though, yeah, it did light them. Well, though I will have to wrench these. Oh, it doesn't work, does it? Damn. Seems I have to break them and then fix them, which includes the pagodas. Extra, which means yeah, no clue how. So I just got some free peony because they didn't know how to do that. Oops. Okay. Oh, did I put? I was sworn I had. Nah, that'll be something I work on later. What I'll probably do is just have this sifted gravel go all the way to here, and then have the, what were they called? Um, what were they called? Road verges. Okay. Yeah. Just like little patches of flowers and grass along the edges. Like this probably is going to get moved. These might get shrunk, but that is a worry for another time. Grab some chain. Yeah, they will just basically be phasing through the lattice, but I wanted to give the impression of something that could, of it going through there instead of it literally going through there. So, so what we're definitely gonna do is a combination of things here. I think I'm gonna rip out the whole tree farm and put. Oh, I completely forgot I made that in this too. So I guess we have this. Um, it is simply a little it is simply a little outpost. I'm probably going to tear it down because I don't think I like the look of it. Um, I'm probably going to be doing something in a completely different direction with it. But it's basically just a little. It has what are they called? Accumulators in them to store power, electricity. So essentially, the plan was to just have a bunch of these along the outer wall. But I'm not too much of a fan of it. Like it'd be okay if I had like a couple of them out on the water or something, but I'm not too much of a fan of it just being this. Oh, one interesting side effect of making the bedrock darker is that it makes the water look deeper, especially from on top of the wall. I I tried putting some black concrete down too, and that makes it basically look like it's bottomless. Okay, so still have to fix this one. Fix this one. Because while I needed a bunch of wood at the start, I definitely do not need this much wood now. I have I have so much wood, I could make everything in this out of wood. I have so much spruce logs, it's almost as much dirt that I manually mined up before I started using the creative uh, thing. And that was already a lot of dirt. So I do not need a tree farm this big. What I might do is I might move it back a little bit this way, and then have combine the two, have the outer ring be um, dark oak and the inner ring being spruce. That way, it reduces how much podzol I'm constantly having to deal with. Though I might keep the spruce one as the one that generates for the charcoal and stuff. But either way, it's got to get adjusted so it can more easily connect to chain drives. Though I am using a shit ton of spruce, I'm also going to need a shit ton of oak. Do I have a shit ton of oak though? I do not have a shit ton of oak, so what I'm going to do is and this. Why don't I have pliers? Oh, probably for adjusting the fixing the bridge. This way. Dying. Um, oh, can I not? Oh, I made the grate connected one. And then I definitely don't need this much birch for a while. That. Break these birch trees myself. I thought I had fast leaf decay on. I guess I didn't. gonna need a lot of honeyed oak, so I might as well make an oak tree farm again. Because, for instance, it looks something like my schematic basically cut off the very edge. Like, I think it's the same distance. Here is 8. And then this is 9. So yeah, it basically cut it off right at the edge. And I also I also have to fix these. They got busted with the chain, with the schematic. Also, at some point, I definitely want to have a big main storage section underneath the storage tower. Because I'm going to keep the storage vaults up there, the item vaults up there, but I am going to remove. I am going to move the chests, I mean the drawers, down below. That way I have a massive storage of those. Like, probably this whole section down here is going to be devoted to the storage. What's probably going to happen is this section is going to be the inputs. On each side, they're going to be the inputs, and then under here is going to be where all the bolts are. Because I can do wireless transmission between the storage, between the drawer controllers and drawer slaves and stuff like that. So I guess one thing I'm changing about the wall is that the upper wall is now also fine wood. I mean, the upper layer of the wall is now also fine wood, which I do like. I do like that it gives that nice extra oomph to the depth of the wall. It's going to be a lot of it. Okay. What I'm gonna do now then is I'm gonna take this out and I'm gonna rip up the whole dark oak one because I do not need a dark oak tree farm right now. We'll rip up all the tree farms basically. We're gonna make a whole new one. so they go even faster. So it's basically immediate, but let's let's clean up the farms first. The tree farms first. Still gonna use the probably still gonna use the layout of the stone brick circle, but I'm also going to be is shoveling up all the pond soil. I don't think I need as big of a tree farm, so I'm probably gonna reduce it to 1 block wide spruce. And if I really need to upgrade how much tree I need, how many logs I need, I'll switch the charcoal and the coal to a jungle tree farm, which will be definitely be a 2x2. But I want to make sure the tree farm, the main 2 tree farms of, well, 3 I suppose, of dark oak, and spruce are all set up properly first before I go making ones that I would rarely use. And after this, just fill it with dirt. What I might even do is I know I just built this, but I might move the tree farm up on a higher section. Nah, I have most of my production on the lower area, so it's probably best to just leave it down here. I just gotta move it a little bit further away from the wall so there's a little bit more space. Okay, that's all of that, so is that in order? And then I need a couple stacks of dirt. And I'll just chop down that one. Oh dear. Oops. You know, I'm sure that's fine. It'll figure itself out. Let's just toss some tools into the stack. But another thing is, I probably won't be getting into it, though Steam and Rails has updated. I probably won't be getting into like making a bunch of trains now, except the boat because I can just remake. I can just add phantom tracks to it after the mod updates enough to for that to function. I'm just gonna stop. Oh, I have to get the glue too and clean all that out. Got most of it back. They've got most of it out at least. That's nice. Oops. Oh well. Okay. Just put this against the wall for now. This one. This is another one I probably have to adjust. It's for cherry trees. I don't really use cherry trees anymore. Um, I think I was using it simply for other stuff, but don't really need it anymore. I might end up using cherry tree for like I might end up using cherry for like in a really like cutesy house, but right now not too worried about it. More worried about finishing what I'm doing. So, oh, this is silk touch on. Oh, I'm sure I'll be able to use pod soul for something later down the line. One thing I might do though, simply because spruce is the way it is, I think I'll just make it a 1 by 1. I mean, a one sapling placement instead of a 4. That way I don't have to worry about console. But also just use the drill, which I think is faster than the shovel anyway. Yeah. Too fast sometimes. So I definitely have enough logs to get a secure source of charcoal and coal going. Because even if I make an entire base level drawer of nothing but coal and charcoal individually, so 2048, it would still not be enough. I would still not get rid of my spruce without for a while. Um, no, I ran out of storage space. Just cleaning up this console. One of the more annoying things about Podzol is that it doesn't go away if you put dirt on, if you put a block on top of it. So you essentially have to rip out the whole thing in order to get rid of it. I could just also path it, but this is just fast. So. And it's all clear. I just have to replace all of it with normal dirt again, and then move the whole farm somewhere else. Okay, I'll be real, I am not doing this. The amount of dirt I have is so indistinguishable from how much I'm spending, I am just going to use the creative thing. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm gonna put. I think I'll just turn this into this first one. One way. 16 is a little much. But I need to lock it so I can put the spruce in there again. You might have also put these too close to each other, but at some point I'm just gonna make it. Well, I say at some point. One of my next steps is basically going to be making a storage link so I can connect all the drawers together. Anyway, so. Man, I'm stretchy and I'm stiff and sleepy today. I slept a good amount of time. I'm going to fill my water really quick. So just hold on a second. I'm not gonna bother going. Just be right back. I'm gonna be literally in the other room for like a minute. All right, how have the trees been going? Why don't you? Oh, you know what? I think it's no. It's oh. I pulled the pulling uh upgrade out of it. Pull the upgrade out of this one too. No. There we go. Okay. And yeah, they are a little too close to each other, so I'm probably gonna just take down the oak one and then move it down this direction. About this far apart. Oh, you know, yeah. I'll just... The only one that really needs the 4x4 is Dark Oak, or when I get to it, Jungle Oak. Did I just call it Jungle Oak? It's just jungle. Just jungle. Because right, I can't open my inventory. While I'm probably going to figure out how to automate, I cannot automate Nether Sakura, unfortunately, or Anchor Tree, because they grow upside down. So Create just doesn't know how to handle it. I might try automating the different trumpet saplings, but that'll be like a whole extra separate area because I'll have to automate the leaf collection as well, which is also something I want to do with the azalea. And I know like Dragon Tree I can't automate because of the way it functions. Um, the way it grows. So just looking at the base trees, Ashen only needs one, Oak only needs one, Spruce can be either, but we're only going to do one because it ends up making a bunch of polypsol everywhere. Birch is only one, Jungle Sapling is fine being two, Acacia is only one, and Dark Oak is only it can be two, but it's manageable. We'll also need Pine Stone, Stone Pine, and it doesn't matter which trumpet I use because it'll end up looking fine either way. Um, Ashen is also fine. I don't know how much I'm going to use this Ashen wood though, but and as far as better end or better nether trees go, we'll see how it goes with automation. I don't expect much. Because like some of these are all right. Um, I'm not really worried about like how good those logs look because I don't need them. Like Willow and Lucernia, Lucernian. Um, the logs are okay. Like the planks, I'm sure are fine too. But that's just birch with a green tint. That's just blue. I care about those trees simply because of what they are, that what effect they're giving. The nether sakura plants do look cool. They do look good. Like the planks do look nice. But other than that, I'm probably not going to use a lot of the nether tree stuff, simply because they're difficult to automate. They're very, they'll be mostly used for decoration. I'll just put it this way. And way more likely to automate azalea and trumpet trees than I am to automate other stuff. So, okay, I said about here-ish. So take down one, two. I'm gonna need another motor, but I'm not gonna get to that right now. Just the water and the water wheel down. Let's automate. Let's enchant some of our saws. We have them. Efficiency. Cool. I'll make it perfect for this. Just realized the side effect of the darker the darker bedrock is that this area now looks a lot darker because of that. But this area isn't gonna last. Basically, as soon as I get all the stone automation and villagers moved out. I also don't need that anymore. And because it would bother me otherwise, I'm gonna add a brace. Yeah, that. Huh? Interesting. Oh. So panel. Let's see what I got for copycats. That'll work. To break. Instead of having it on this side, I'm gonna move them over to this side. This spacing here. Okay. Oh, right. Uh, so next step is definitely just making. And then, oh, I needed two of those. Oh, that also means I'm gonna need to put. I don't know if it'll work. I might have to put a. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put a hopper. Copycats, come on. I want encasable or create it whatever whichever. I want encasable hoppers. Don't need these. Oh, I should lock these. Oh, I also um I think I'm just gonna make some drawer. Just some normal drawers. Mm, okay, so this also means that I can have a lot more extra space because before it's always log, sapling, sticks. But I can condense it now. So I can just, let's grab a schematic and get that dark oak tree made. And you know what? Let's include a dark oak. Let's include that jungle. And honestly, what I might end up, if I get too close to that, it might end up trying to cut it down. I think if I do that, I think I might need to add an upgrade. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have if I want to have the upgrade. Make three of them. So I'm gonna put gold upgrade on there and see how much that increases it. Oh, that barely increases it, huh? Okay, so I'm gonna need another. I'm gonna need all three upgrades on this thing. So I'm gonna skip out on this one for now. Oops. Okay, so still need this for dark oak. So fill this in with the zapper. this. And now to reconnect it. And then uh, I don't remember if I needed to put a saw on every part. I need to enchant these two, and then I can go grab a bunch of deployers. Yeah, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. What am I looking for? Bracket. Do I have any of those? No. Is it going the right way? No. That is the dark oak one, which is over here. Trying to get rid of all the sticks I can out of here. The maps. Hmm. But I think my best move is actually doing the opposite and moving everything into the dark oak one because that's got a gold. This has got a gold upgrade already. So yeah, what I'll do is move. Linking tool. There, that will give me what I need for. And then all I need to do is unlock this drawer. Lock this drawer. and then lock this one because I won't need it now, but I might need it later when I do add more trees to this. Likely just what I'll probably end up happening is I'll end up once I get the gold, the diamond farm going, I'll put some diamond upgrades in there instead of gold ones. Okay. So I'm gonna need a couple stacks of dark oak saplings. All right. That is done, which means I now have access to the storage. Well, I now have the ability to this, which means what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the controller here, but the drawers might get moved around once I get like a building built. What will probably happen is like it'll be like a courtyard area. In fact, let me just grab these and then just put them over here, even if I don't end up doing them yet. That is a bunch of stick. That is, and then it can be basically reduced to just having two per every tree, unless they produce a secondary thing like the oak drawers. But I mean like the apples. But I think none of the other trees have that. I think ashen trees might have something, but okay. So I need to put some of this stuff away in here. Actually, I'll need that linking tool still. I don't need this anymore. Okay. Okay, so I need some honey. No. wax, and then a chain conveyor. And then bring out the linking tool so I can see. Okay, so I think I'll have the main storage of everything in a building right here-ish. If anything, what's going to happen is I'm going to have other sections that a minecart might just come by and empty all the storages of other sections and then drop them off here. That might be more effective than trying to use storage terminals for everything. But that's not something I need to worry about right now. Um, so yeah, I think I'll just put the building here-ish. Let me get some. Let me get some. I'll get some nice stuff. So I think I'll put. Okay, so that's the layout of the building. We'll wait on that a little bit because the storage controller needs to be there. But I could just like bury it wherever it needs to be so I get as many storage as possible. But that minecart idea for transferring all the storage isn't a bad idea, so I might still end up doing that. So what would happen is that it would just go between all the storages, take out as much of everything as it can, and then deposit it into the main one before heading back out. It would be a very simple one. I wouldn't even need to worry about doing a whole train for that. Uh, but I actually really have to go to the bathroom right now. So I'm going to be a minute on it too. So I will bring up the BRB screen. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. Actually, kind of want to line the building up with the chain conveyors a bit more. So, actually gonna move it like right here to here. And then it can be all the way over to here. And that should give us a decent out. So, oh, chain conveyors are a lot taller outside. God, they're a lot taller. So, not change much. Axe. Where's my axe? Actually, gonna put it here. And put the access point here. Oh, I guess that means the building that can be moved a little bit more out. That. And then I need a packager. Oh, I have no packages. Got it. And at least 2 for now. And that. And then a frog port. I have no frog ports. Two of these at least, and I'm gonna dye them brown. Wood. Link it directly forward to link it on the chain. There. There. Like, so building is gonna be here. The storage itself doesn't need to be that large. What actually needs to be large is the section where the minecart comes in and drops everything off. So it's probably going to end up being like this big. That way all the storage can be put like along the walls and stuff. So like along these walls. And the master, well, the storage controller can be here, and then the access point can be here, and then the controller can be basically anywhere. I'll probably keep it here, and then have all the minecart stuff done later. Uh, this one? It's cool. So I put. I doubt I have spare stock links though. Oh, I do. All right, let's make it from because I don't know why I made two. Oh, can I wash it? Should I be washing this electronic piece of electronics? Yeah, it's fine. It seems. Just pop that on there. And then if I have a factory gauge, do I have a spare factory gauges per chance? I have a single factory gauge. So I need a packager. Oh, I do have a packager. Yeah. I think this is. I think I'm gonna have to do all my coal processing like here would be good. This would be a decent area to do the like coal and charcoal. Like I could have it processed into charcoal over here. Well, processed into charcoal over here, and then processed into coal over here. And they'll both be put into storage. Well, it'll probably be both be charcoal and coal here. Other sections will probably do stuff like automatically stripping it and automatically smoking it so I can get charred spruce. But uh, okay, so extremely simple and lazy setup just to make sure it works. Doesn't matter what name I give it. So, um, and then I want a stack of spruce wood in here at all times. And then send it to Juana. And here it comes. And now there's a stack of spruce in it. Cool. Um, One upgrade I might be doing is that trees do, in fact, grow faster on rich soil. So one thing I might do is I might make a little bit of rich soil. Let's see how far I can go. If I make a stack, I'll make a stack. Okay, 40. That's how far I can go. But why did it stop, actually? Because of bone meal? I can make some fucking bone meal. Okay. I guess I'll just the best way to get this stuff going is leaving it connected to water. So what I might do is I might just slap it on the edge of the wall. And then I'll come back in like 4 days and after I forget about it and see they're all processed and ready. I could do an automatic farm of this eventually, but I don't think I'm gonna need it that much, you know? And this stuff is good because it occasionally just bone meals whatever you're doing. So, no, no. Oh, I want to really test the limits of some of these things. So, let's take our uh, this isn't going to be its permanent residence, obviously, but let's test the limits of of the stock links, because I don't know how big of a range stock links have. So, just packager rug tree. Oh, I have to reset the package. I think when I do animals, though, I'm probably am gonna put them in the upper ring, not the top ring, because that's like for workshop and house stuff like that. But also, you might think, oh, the asphalt is so good at moving you quickly. You're gonna make it a runway with that for your aircraft, right? Wrong. I'm making a runway for that thing. I can launch myself hundreds of blocks in any direction with so quickly that my game almost crashes. I am not going to be doing that. Like, that's just going straight. Um, this is my creative world that I was doing testing to see how everything would look. Like it once it's all like populated with plants and everything. I'm gonna be using a lot of firefly bushes. Because it looks better than normal grass. Oh, I also added the straw mod. So I added a giant statue here. But so just that little strip launches me that easily. It also heavily damages the aircraft. I haven't even turned on the engines yet. Want to see what happens when I hit a... Actually, let's repair the aircraft first. Want to see what happens when I do a long strip? Notice how the game has stopped working for a second there? Notice how I'm floating in midair doing nothing? Notice how I am very quickly reaching the water? Notice how I am hundreds of blocks away from the base? I've gotten further. I've gotten further than this. I will not be using... I might use some of it to help me get going, but I do not need asphalt to make a runway. So one interesting thing about the Firefly Bush mod is that the base one sucks. Um, sorry to the person if the person making it sees this, but the base one comparatively, it's it sucks because it for some reason only does them in like bursts like that compared to these, which are from a mod that adds more colors to them. So they're like they can be purple or pink or orange or blue or green, which is over there. And it creates like actual particles that look like fireflies blinking in and out compared to what in the hell? Oh, right, I remember. I was testing. Oh, a slime spawned on top of it. That's kind of fun. I was like, what was that I saw? Before the sun rises, I can just really quick just turn the cheat. Make it night again. Which I want to see if the straw statues. Okay, they do not. Them holding a light source does nothing. Got it. But that means we can just head back to our world now. Oh, this mod pack is actually, technically speaking, my own creation. The mod pack is, it was based on Dan Rob's Probs, I think is how it's pronounced. It was based on that mod pack because I didn't know how to best balance a Superflat mod pack. Because I wanted to do something interesting with Create, and it was either going to be a Superflat or a Skyblock. And so I decided to do a Superflat because it's a little bit easier to find world generation mods that let you do it. And I ended up finding this mod pack, which started off with like 68 mods, and I now have about 100. No, I have about 280, which sounds bad, but it's actually not too bad. Ignore my game chunking as it loads chunks, but the funniest part is at this point I barely interact with the mod. I barely interact with the mod pack as it was originally created. Like I sometimes completely forget there's a whole quest system because I've done most of them, and the ones that exist are the ones that I haven't done yet are like ones I can't do because some of the mod because this mod was made in with Create 5, but I want to create 6. So I kind of updated the mod pack before that. So some mods just didn't carry over. So I can't really use some of that stuff. And some stuff just doesn't work like the mod pack creator thought it would, apparently, because I don't get passive mobs anymore. I the only passive mobs I've ever gotten normally are I grew some turtles naturally because the shop lets you graft them, and then these are the only passive mobs I've ever gotten. Everything else I had to buy an egg for, which uh, the chickens I had to. I think what did I have to do? I think I had to put chickens in a grindstone. I mean, crushing wheels. That mod no longer works. So what I ended up switching to do is adding a mod that makes it so wandering traders eventually give you spawn eggs. So I've got a couple spawn eggs that I'm eventually working on. I should add some like chain or rope between those two. But I was testing the limits. Is this yes, it is configured. So I was testing the limits of chain conveyors. So let me slap on here. I want one stack in here. It'll be a minute before it gets here, so let's jump on Seku. Let's see if I can't catch it as it comes over. Oh, there it is. It works on a large range. Okay. Do our proper coal processing. Uh, Dump some of this stuff in here. I don't need it at the moment. I don't need that stock link at the moment either, so I will need. I'm gonna need a couple more packages. At least two. Just good. I'm out of cardboard. I can make a cardboard thing. Okay, so you know what I might do? I'll just go over here and find one of my threshold storages. This here. And just get a schematic of it. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, I'll just save it and then just not put frog ports in. And I don't think rotation will matter this time for it because it's all create stuff. I need another item. I have spare item frames. Yes, I do. Just pop. No. Okay, so I can't do that with these. I'll just keep it in my storage, in my backpack. That. Short and cheaty way to get down there quickly, I guess. Until I get an actual elevator set up. Okay. Oh, I got some extra stuff in there I didn't want. How'd that happen? decent space between it and the frog corpse, like there. I'm gonna skip that, so I just need a threshold switch and some vertical shipping containers. A die, which I have a lot of, too much of. Go backpack with the stone cutter and make that. Pop that there. Get an updated material list. If it just lists the frog, I'm golden. Okay. And then I can just adjust it afterward because I'm not going to need some of that stuff. Or I am going to need some of that stuff and I won't need it there. Like, I'm not going to need this. But I am going to need it. So. Clear that. Uh-oh. Okay, it doesn't have a frog, so it didn't. Click and click. And look at she's gonna be Cole, Theo. Well, is that a name? It is a name, so I'll just go with it. Okay. Not giving that a name until I get storage it needs. I want it to have gonna have to reset that, that's fine. to reset this too. Also gonna have to reset the configuration on it anyway, so. At some point I'll go through and make a proper so and send. And want it to always have 9 stacks. And that should send the package right over. This needs to be set so it turns. I'm gonna break this so it doesn't activate it until I'm sure. So it should swap and it will turn off when it gets to. No, it'll turn on when it gets to 0 stacks. And then why can't I? There we go. Stacks. Turn on at 0 stacks, and then turn off at 9 stacks. So, shoot that, and then connect that there. It should make a package. Cool. Belts. Belts. That. So it'll get blasted here. Let's another tunnel, I think. You know what? I know where I have a couple because I was lazy, haven't actually cleaned up this area yet. You know, washing catalyst. So I took out the motor. I don't think I need anything else from this for now. Stay. Okay. I need a haunting catalyst for the coal. And the charcoal can stay. So what I think I'll do is I'll just have okay, so I need another tunnel here. Extend the belt, extend that belt. And I think extend this belt one. And that should make them bring them both this way. And then this would be storages for coal, charcoal. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be it. Um, Powering it will be a little bit harder. I need another fan. This one doesn't have enchantment on it. This one does. So I need a lava bucket. I think I have the lava chest drawer up in my shop at the moment. Yeah. No, I think it's that. These. Brain not working at the moment. Lava. Okay, so it's not in here, but I do have a lava bucket in here. That's just as good. So, eh. And this fan. Let me double check. Charcoal. Yeah, haunting it turns it into charcoal. I mean, haunting charcoal turns it into coal. And blasting it does turn it into charcoal. So exactly 32. Forced split. I'm gonna need to remove this. I am not low on coal, actually. Hmm. Where did I get all this? I'm silly. I completely forgot I have a whole thing that has been making coal this whole time if I needed it. And it's my wither skeleton farm who gives me a bunch of. Hey, turn that off. Cut that out. That gives me a bunch of coal. I have insane amounts of coal. I didn't need to do all that. Oops, I guess. So I only really need the charcoal side, which charcoal has its uses too. I'm sure. Can I make asphalt with normal coal? I can only make asphalt with charcoal. Perfect. That immediately jumps it up. So that reduces the amount of stuff I need. So what I need to do instead of ow, 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 ow. What I need to do instead is remodel the wither skeleton building so it function as in with create 6 with chain conveyors, which is not something I built this building for. I could shorten this by 1 block. Uh-oh. My phone just crashed. It's been charging, but it's now at 0%. My phone just died. Um, what time is it? It's 11 p.m. I've been going for 3 hours. I don't know why my phone isn't charging now. Uh, So if my phone dies when it's charging, while doing tracking, I guess this means that's the end of my stream. I didn't even finish one. I've been remodeling the tree farm. I got that done. Woo! But I'm still gonna have to remodel this whole area. Um, and I didn't need to make a charcoal farm, a coal farm. I just needed a charcoal one. But so I guess so. Let's bring up text. And right there. That'll fix that until I can get until my phone decides to not be dead. And this is relatively easy because all I gotta do is. Oh, I still have to put. I have any. I should have some charcoal. Just pop that there. There. Get a gearbox. Parallel gearbox is probably what I want. Rotate it and get a hand crank. Okay, that would let. So I just need to control it. I just need to have the fan and the belt controlled, which I think I can do. I do it like this. And I put the motor here. I do not have any spare motors. That's annoying. I guess I'll just leave it like this for now. It's also going to be a very long wiring process. Uh, let's get a cardan on here. And make sure everything is connected properly. Okay. Means I need a oh, I need a chest then. and I might be putting a packager and a frog on that later. I'm probably going to be putting a packager and a frog on it on basically everything, but I'll be real, this thing is going to take so little power. I'm considering just using a packager. I mean, a motor, one of the uh, Create Henry motors. Oh, a slime spawned on my rich soil. Hey, get out of here. I won't lie, the splashing effect is incredibly satisfying with this with punching a slime back into the water. Just okay, and then this one. What I can do with this? almost exactly the amount I needed for this, so that's good. Then I can just replant the saplings down. You see that it bone meals it occasionally. So that basically that probably doubles the amount of spruce this farm now creates. So yeah, one thing I'm definitely gonna have to do now is I'm gonna have to adjust this area to work with. It honestly shouldn't be that bad. I'll just add like a fence around it and then make the courtyard the area it splits everything out at. Like this chunk of wall here will probably just be turned into a flat open door. This will be turned into a vault. The switch will just be going based on threshold switches, probably. Like if it runs out of any specific amount of material, it'll turn it back on long enough that it fills it back up. Uh, well, it still looks fine from a distance, so I don't mind too much. This one I don't mind too much either. And I don't know when they did it, but they added compatibility. So it used to be that swords didn't, if they had mending on them, you'd still need to repair them, which that is cut down on the amount of space this all needed immensely. It could be done a little bit simpler now. What'll probably happen is that this whole area will get turned into a vault. I'll probably have to make a second one of these connected somewhere else temporarily to keep it turned off. But this will become a vault. The pipe that's supplying the drawer will have to go somewhere else. Is it? It's no, it's connected straight to the drawer. It's a little bit different, so it might get adjusted. The whole building's going to need a rework, basically. It worked great before Create 6, but now that it is Create 6, everything in here kind of needs a little bit of a retouch up. Um, I'm still wanting to keep the same basic structure though, because it's a good basic structure. Okay. I don't remember how this. I think what I had. How did I have it work with the gravel one? To where if it was filled enough. Okay, it's just a redstone link. If it's filled enough, it turns off the motor. But I don't have to worry about that yet. I am gonna test. We're gonna head out to a creative world, and we're gonna test whether or not the motors from Create Henry can be turned on and off with redstone. I think I gotta check. I don't know. Crouch right click. Ah, get over here. Does it work with the offhand? It works in the offhand. That's crazy. Can you craft this thing? No, you can't. Okay, this is how I'd expect this one to be made. I kind of want to adjust the recipes for this so it's a little bit more complicated than just 2 diamonds, 2 sticks, some flint, and a log. Because that's really cheap for what it is. I might like see if I can adjust it to like blocks or something. But and then I could just make it so this thing is crafted with this thing surrounded by 4 nether stars. Mm. It create is something that definitely requires a bit of work to do. With Create 6 they added the whole stock ticker thing. I still don't know how that works. I don't think I need to know how that works yet. I don't know how to make an auto supplying factory with a wall of factory gauges. I don't need to know that. I'm just going to overproduce. That's fine by me. I don't need exact numbers of things. This and lever. That. Okay, it is not controlled by redstone in any way. I could just replace that with what's it called? A clutch. Yes. Or an inverted clutch, whichever ends up working. So Ah, ah. Okay, so that one means it when it's turned on, it works. I mean the opposite. When it's turned on, it turns off. So yeah, let's head back. It me learning create was basically me screwing around in creative and watching other people play create for the longest time. Repair that. That, 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 that. So I'm gonna make a motor for this for ease instead of having to wire all of the electricity for it right now. Well, kinetic motor. So iron, an iron sheet, two andesite. Sheet, alloy. Fog, sample, and what's the last one? Zinc. Okay. And it's just that and the casing. Honestly, I could just set this up with the motor without the threshold switch and everything, because it would just work. Um, and it'll turn off, it'll stop working when it gets filled. So, going the right way, yes. Eventually I'll get enough to replace all the trees, and these things definitely mean I can make much smaller farms too. I could have sworn I had a clutch. You know what? I think I know where I got the clutch. Should be. Oh no, I got rid of that. But I should still have it somewhere. Cool. It's this. And it's done. I'm gonna need another one of these. Off at 8 stacks. Here. This off. Here. There. Here. Put it on receiving. Oh, I forgot I needed to make this compressed. Is charcoal block, is it useful in any way? No. So charcoal is fine. Now it'll turn off when it gets close to full and turn back on when it gets close to empty. And I can just slap a packager and a frog on that later. And that will let me be one step closer to making a couple more farms. Oh, all right. Right. Mm-hmm. And now that turns off. Now that light turns on when it's on. That way. And yeah, fold. And using that there. I'll need another. Oh, and there it goes. Need to go that up. And then if I set this right, I would need to take, and then it goes and fills it up to 31 again. And this stack should turn it on. And that turns off the power. All right. And for aesthetic purposes, I really think I need to do any like support system. It supports any right now because it's already perfectly well set up. There's nothing to encase. Can I French this to break? No. I was hoping I'd get like a window or something. But... yeah, that's about it. Okay, let's. I think I'll just end the stream after I clean up all of the old andesite alloy farm. I don't need all this anymore. Oh, I forgot about this. Dump some things into storage. It's getting kind of full. need this anymore. This. I'll also be real. I don't even want to bother like doing the proper thing and like putting all this gravel to use somewhere. I kind of have an infinite gravel. So like goodbye. Now I guess it's just digging up all the dirt and then replacing it with whatever goes in here. Shovel. Slower than the drill. Still have a good amount of this stuff. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna need to make some real changes if I ever get rid of that Mega Torch mod. Any of those break, this whole base becomes a giant mob farm. Top of it, and the other side. Oops. Okay, maybe I can drill this. That was all. Oh, dang. I used a lot of it too. That all away. And that's the old farm cleaned up. Okay, so with that done, I guess I can just make a sand module too. Yeah, why not? Will just be another set of crushing wheels. Would it though? Caps lock, excellent. Got it. Suspicious sand. Okay, so the only way to get sand is by crushing gravel or sandstone, and the only way to get sandstone is by compressing sand. So And the side effect of sandstone, I mean, crushing sand, is that I'm getting a bunch of flint and some clay, which the clay isn't bad. I do need to remake my clay farm anyway. In fact, I can save the crushing wheels. I don't need to make the crushing wheels because I can just take it from the from the old clay farm. What I'll end up doing. But I've been going for about 4 hours now. So I think I'll just leave it at this. I'll probably, the off-screen work I'll probably do is adjusting the Wither Skeleton farm for Create 6. Um, and maybe that building over there, over in the tree farm. That way I can have a storage set up for everything. Did knock a lot of spruce logs out of my storage, but I still have a bunch of spruce logs. Yeah, I might also experiment with setting up that minecart contraption that could go around collecting all the tree stuff. Or honestly, I could just have it so each one has a threshold storage on it, so when it fills up enough, it sends over a package over to the main tree storage. And it'd have to be like a separate chain conveyor setup, but that would be downright reasonable. In fact, one thing I might do between streams is just setting up each gate with these. Yeah, that might be the move. But my phone died. My tracking is dead. I've got 41%. I could turn my phone back on and get a good buy for tracking, but I'm also kind of very hungry, and I'm probably gonna go cook food. So I'll see you next time. Uh, thank you for coming.